Test one, two. Like actually something like that.
I know. Grace. Oh, I only know how to calculate the speed of light. I mean, this is
By
I did that in physics.
you just wait. You notice these first parts we already have? Yeah. Some spirits. Well, it's also.
I'm so proud of her. That's amazing. Like,
It's first.
do I think with the like?
Oh.
Seriously, I would have made it.
I did one for maybe it was on the corner of Milford. Yeah. And this man asked for some walk the kids to school. And help them get into college.
Oh. Lieutenant Navy or
I
Lieutenant?
think the Army.
Okay.
He's moved out of
Right, right.
And his plow was great. Clean job because he doesn't come with
And then I feel like it's falling off.
They told him to drop one of his sprinkler heads.
That's the price of having somebody.
I threw up on his porch when he comes up. We're going. I tried to do something good. Sorry, sprinkler head. But in the summer, I'll.
Cool, we're gonna get rolling. Thanks, Stacy. Thanks for the plowing antics, Dan. With that, let's open up the work session for the Frisco Town Council for November 12th, 2024. I want to thank everyone who attended our ribbon cutting ceremony over at Slopeside Hall. The building looks great. I have an unaffiliated meeting already scheduled in that building, which is exciting. And all the work that went into it is super appreciated, and it was a long time, and so thanks for that. Right? I never thought I'd say it. With that, our second order of business is Blair from Excel going to talk to us about wildfire management.
Yes, thank you guys so much for having us.
Introductions real quick.
I would love them.
That would be great. Elizabeth, would you take us away?
Elizabeth Scripchuk Adrian, council member.
Blair and Martin Allen.
Tad Renaud, the town attorney. Fisher, town manager.
Working there.
Diane Price is town manager. Hi guys, thanks again for having me, Blair McGarry. Just a quick intro on me. I have been living, working, and playing in Summit County for about 20 years now, going into my 21st year. At least 10 of those have been here in Frisco, so Yeah, very familiar with the community. All right, we're gonna start with wildfire mitigation plans. But I feel like we're just gonna have a conversation, and there's a number of topics I think that we can discuss, and we'll see how far we get today. Always happy to come back. All right, so let me see if I can put up my slide deck. This is the stuff that you know. We continue to experience more extreme weather, drier conditions. Wildfires are a near year-round threat, not only in Colorado, but also here in Summit County. It doesn't always feel like that when there's snow on the ground, but it is a year-round threat these days. Utilities across the country, we're working really hard to really limit the impact of potential, the threat of catastrophic utility-caused wildfires. Pretty blunt, right? There's a real threat out there. We're using a number of different tools to do that. And today, the two ones that we're really going to focus on are enhanced power safety settings, EPSS, as well as public safety power shutoffs, PSPS. Let's see, look at my slide. All right, delivering safe, reliable, affordable, and clean energy for Coloradans. In Colorado, we serve a combined 3.1 million electric and natural gas customers across 34 counties and 125 communities. Our electric system is comprised of what I like to call like kind of three different lines, if you will. So if you think of our transmission lines as like I-70, I-25, our feeder lines are going to be like your state highways, if you will. And then your distribution lines are those lines coming off those feeders into your home, into your parking lots, you know, that kind of analogy, if you will. Most of our outages occur on our distribution lines. And I think that's important to note. Our system is not sophisticated enough at this point to let us know when those outages occur. So we are still relying on the public to say, hey, we have an outage, we don't have power, call it in. The system is not telling us that at the distribution level. Okay. All right, so why do outages occur? Severe weather, vegetation, trees, cars hit our poles, equipment related upgrades or failures, wildfire and other objectives, and then undergrounding and hitting more. That happens a lot. Our outage classifications. Momentary outage is less than 5 minutes. Sustained outage is going to be more than 5 minutes. A planned outage is when we, Xcel Energy, a customer, the town often asks, request for an outage for whatever reason that might be. You know, bringing new community online. We do it for pole replacement projects sometimes, but we give a heads up that that outage is coming. And then a major event is exactly what it's. This is where they want me to tell you guys to sign up and make sure that all of your information is up to date so you can get information on the outages and stuff. All right, so ongoing mitigation work. We did file, we've had a wildfire mitigation plan, our first one. I think it was filed in 2020 and went through about 2023. We just filed an updated plan on June 28th with the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, and that plan is for 2025 through 2027. Okay, so let's see, where am I here? This is just a snapshot. I mean, we've invested over 500 million in wildfire mitigation efforts just in 2023 alone. This provides a snapshot of some of those key measures. Some of these safety enhancements include power line monitoring, maintenance and upgrades that strengthen our system. I think this is an important one and we'll come back to it. Clearing trees, brush and grass near our power lines, deploying advanced threat detection technologies, working with weather forecasting experts and first responders, and really operating our grid in new ways that are intended to mitigate the risks of wildfire. We're learning a lot. We're learning a lot on how that grid works when we're operating these things. All right, so enhanced power safety settings, EPSS. This is what was happening all summer. All summer. We were operating and this isn't new. We've been doing this for really since 2020. It has not been as impactful to areas like Summit County as it has to, say, Park County. They've been a little bit more the test subjects as we've worked through some of these issues, if you will. With that said, every feeder works a little bit differently. So, enhanced power safety settings. What does this mean? When we see that there are really hot, dry conditions in place, we are going to operate our lines in this EPSS, enhanced power safety settings. What does that mean? If you think of your house as a 200 amp house, and that gives you enough energy to run your dishwasher and your, anything you want to do with your house, wash your clothes, all of that good stuff. If you drop that energy down to 100 amps, you're going to start tripping some breakers if you're still doing all of the things that you're used to doing. That's essentially what kind of happened this summer. We started running a lot less energy through our lines in order to prevent an ignition point. It started tripping some of our feeder lines is what happened. And so when I said maintenance and upgrade that strengthen our system, that is the majority of the investment of our wildfire mitigation plan that is proposed for 2025 through 2027. And what that does is it takes some of that equipment on those lines and it makes it so that when we're running less energy through there, it's not as sensitive and not tripping as quickly as what we saw this summer. One of the outages that you guys had this summer was a result of those feeder lines being upgraded. We didn't think it was going to bring them down. It did, but the equipment did get upgraded, which is a positive. So we hope that that is going to start to eliminate the consistency of some of those outages. Now, with that said, also when we are in enhanced power safety settings, normally, when our system's operating in normal operating procedures, we have what we call automatic reclosures. So if that squirrel or the hawk or whatever it might be hits that line, it automatically de-energizes, but automatically re-energizes. So that's when you get that momentary outage, that little blip of power, if you will. When we're operating in enhanced power safety settings, that line is going to de-energize within 1/10 of a second, and it is going to stay de-energized until we send crews out there to put eyes on the line to ensure that there is not something sitting on it that can reignite. That is what is causing these extended outages, because we do have to physically put the manpower out into the field to ensure that we're going to create a point of ignition. That's what's happening with enhanced power safety center. You guys can stop me at any time. No.
Just two questions. One is the statewide, the plan presumably was filed with the state, and that's not county individual plans. It's just for a statewide, this is how we're gonna operate.
Yes, sir.
And then two, with the program within Summit County and across the state, is it tied in at all with the ANO fire recognition cameras that we have in place?
Great, gosh, I love bringing up the positive stories of the fire mitigation plan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, within the plan, I think there, apologies, I can get this number to you, but I think that there's about 80 to 90 cameras pitched within the 25-27 plan. Right now, we have 2 located in Summit County, and Summit County is identified to have more. We don't know exactly what that number is because it does kind of depend on what the PUC approves of where those get deployed. I'm sure everybody's heard the success stories. Can you tout them? No? Okay, great.
Please, yeah.
Awesome. I think it was French Creek. There was a fire June or July, something like that. And Brian Bavard, our emergency manager for Summit County, he was in the Wellington neighborhood. I think the fire was less than a mile the way the crow flies. Yep. From where Brian was, and he got the alert because the way our cameras work, the The alerts go directly to the fire department, go directly to our emergency management team. And he got the alert and he goes, I think it's a false alarm. And all winter we were getting some of those, you know, like the blowing snow would trigger these things, but they're smart, right? They learn and they can tell now that it's blowing snow. It's fascinating stuff. But so Brian's sitting there and he's like, I don't think there's a fire, but we'll send someone up there. Sure enough, there was a fire and those cameras detected it 45 minutes before it was called in by the public. Huge win. Huge win. We have similar success stories really across the state, but we really feel like, I'll say this and you'll hear me say it when we talk about gas, anything. I think the technology really is going to save us and that these AI cameras are part of that. There are about 80 to 90 proposed in this plan.
For the state.
For the state.
Yeah.
Yes.
And just another success is the fire we had 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
As that was called in, the cameras alerted on it.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
There's another one back here. Yes.
Yeah.
Meadow Creek.
Meadow Creek, thank you. I can never say Meadow.
It was.
Yes.
And we feel like, and because of the visibility and where that fire was, obviously people saw it very quickly. But if that had been in a more remote area, we feel like the cameras would have picked it up pretty, like we think that they're getting a little bit ahead of our human intelligence at this point, which is very positive.
So the cameras up there are searching the whole area, not just the power line. They won't be looking at power lines, they're looking at smoke. They're spinning or?
That's my understanding, is that they're spending, again, they're looking at different.
Yeah.
And again, when we first installed them, we were getting alerts for blowing snow, fire and things like that, but they've learned. And so now they don't call in for blowing snow across cameras, you know, it's fascinating stuff. And technology will save us. Yeah, right.
Used in one good area.
This is a success story for sure. We're pretty pumped about this. Public safety power shutoffs, how popular. Xcel Energy implemented our first public safety power shutoff ever in the state back in April. I believe it was April 7th. We proactively turned off power to about 55,000 customers down on the Front Range. We had weather forecasting and software, you know, wildfire technology that indicated that we were going to see 100-mile-per-hour plus gusts, and that we felt like some of our assets and equipment was going to be points of ignition if we were not proactive about this. An additional 100,000 people lost power just through the weather event, through poles snapping. I would like to remind people there was a lot of snow on the ground still, even on the Front Range at that time. I think that is the reminder that we really want to send, like, we can have snow on the ground and we are still in a threat of wildfire around the state. We had to deploy NCATs, I think, to positive to get to some of these assets that were affected by that weather event. But it's a powerful tool that we have in preventing wildfire. We know we need to get much better at communications when these things happen. And we are working with emergency management offices across the state. And really, the PUC they know that we need to get better too, and we're working on that. Our medical customers, you know, we need to work with our communities to get that message out that if they get signed up with us, they're going to get the advanced noticing so that they can prepare in different ways, as we know they have different needs. So this is going to continue to be a tool in our toolbox. It is only going to be used in extreme circumstances. But it's on the table, without a doubt.
On a practical sense, I don't know if you guys have experienced it, but when the power goes out, oxygen concentrators get turned off and people then call 911. Then you have everybody running around chasing oxygen not working while all the other stuff is going on. So the planning for it would be huge. Yeah, because a lot of times these folks do have backup resources in their house, but they're in such a state they can't unplug one, plug in the other. So,
And you know, we're walking this fine line of not creating public fear with making sure that people are prepared for what could potentially happen, you know? We talked about a PSPS for Summit County, maybe August, September. And we didn't get to the point where it was elevated enough where it got to anything. However, what does that look like, you know, for our medical customers and things like that? So yeah, we're all learning and we're gonna need your help, you know. We're working on some language that we can hopefully share with communities to put on your websites and things so that medical customers, you know, if they come across it, they can click on it and get signed up through our website, you know, because that communication is going to help us get the word out. We need to do a much better job of that.
So the PSPS is like a planned event.
Would be a planned event. And here's kind of that timeline. So 48 to 72 hours. We're gonna start notifying you know, Brian and those teams. We're gonna start with local and state officials. I think it's the 24 to 48, like PUC. Yep, so we're gonna get better at this, but we're a utility company, not a communication company. And we definitely have learned some lessons about how we can do better there. Please. All right, let's see. I mean, I can go into what we're doing, you know, for 25 through 27, but I also want to be sensitive of tone. And I also know that we've got some projects that have been impactful to y'all's community that you might want to talk about too. And I want to make sure that we're leaving time for that.
do you guys want to move into questions? You want to hear more of the presentation?
We got John.
Okay. All right, so. All right. Get back to it.
And we're probably in that 10-minute zone.
All right, so what are we doing in 25 through 27 to improve on everything that we've done already? Situational awareness we think is key to us preparing for these situations in a much better way. So we have a software called Technosalva, and it is a wildfire projection technology. So they look at the wind speeds, they look at the you know, the vegetation conditions and the soil moisture and all of those things, and they start saying, you know, we're looking at our assets, and I think that we might need to take this from normal operations, and we're going to move it into yellow, into low. And they kind of gauge it, and we kind of have like yellow, orange, red, but we really feel like that situational awareness is going to be critical to planning ahead and communicating better in advance. So again, lots of investments there. Technology enabled infrastructure, we're going to try to fly some drones and things like that over the power lines when we do have outages that are related to enhanced power safety settings.
Don't tell the Forest Service.
Well, we have to, unfortunately, but you know, the challenge is that a lot of these events are wind related, and we have a hard time flying drones or helicopters when there's wind out. Another problem is light. We need to have light to look at these lines often. So often we can't deploy in these crews until 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. And so again, that's what's causing these extended outages. Infrastructure improvements, we talked about that. This is hardening of our system. There's a lot of things, and again, I wish I had hours with y'all, but there's some limitations to what we as a company can do planning wise for the system. There was a bill that just passed the legislature this May, and it basically allows us to be a little bit more forward thinking on what that system looks like for the future. Traditionally, when we bring to developments online, if you will, We've always put that cost back to the developer. You know, they're gonna make money off of X, Y, and Z, and we don't feel it's right to necessarily put that cost back to the ratepayer, right? However, today, we're seeing a lot more stress on that system, you know, the EV cars coming online, everything is contributing to that. And so we needed a better way to plan for what the future looked like. And so that's the next thing, that the Mountain Energy Plan and the distribution system plan are the two next big ones that you see me coming to talk to you about. We're hoping to file both of them by the end of the year. The Mountain Energy Plan, you know, I'll just touch on it. We've had some impactful gas infrastructure projects in your community, some very impactful ones. What we're seeing is, you know, not just here in Frisco, but across the mountain region, a lot of these communities that were built in the 60s and 70s, people are coming in, they are enhancing those homes, adding on to those homes, sometimes knocking them down and rebuilding those homes, and they are putting more stress on that gas system. So while all mountain communities are really, as well as Excel, are aggressive, have very aggressive climate action goals to get away from natural gas, we're still bringing people onto that system. And so what you saw here in Frisco and what you're seeing again across the mountain region is you are seeing us coming in and doing these gas reinforcement projects to ensure reliability in the system. It's exactly what it is. You're going to see some tanks sitting at the old DNR Kennel site. That is what we call modular LNG, modular liquid natural gas. We saw it happen in February of 2019. There were some rolling outages. February 9th of 2019, there's an article in Summit Daily about it. There was some rolling outages that took place in Summit County. And what happened was we saw a drop in pressure on our gas system. And it didn't make any sense to me, to bear with me, but we do the rolling electric outages to pull people, their boilers and things like that off of the system. And rather than having to have those pilot lights go out, we don't have to go back and knock on all those doors. We just kind of roll the electrical system to pull people off of the natural gas system. So these tanks that are going, that you saw at Coin Valley Road for the last 2 years, that will be at DNR, the old DNR Kennel site for this heating season, it's liquid natural gas. And so when we see a drop in pressure in the system on those really cold days, rather than these rolling outages, we're able to take that liquid natural gas and basically compress down into the system and reinforce and create more resiliency.
So 2 questions on that. What is the setup at Coin Valley Road getting moved, or is it gonna be 2? I was unclear on that.
It is being moved.
Okay, and then did you guys buy the DNR Kennel lot?
We have not. I don't think that option is on the table.
Got it.
Yes, sir. But no, we decommissioned the Coin Valley site in, I think, March or April. But that was there for 2 years. And this is a temporary site at the DNR Kennel.
Gotcha.
To be very clear, we are looking for a more permanent location for that modular LNG. And that takes me into, and again, I apologize, I wish I had hours with you. That takes me into the Mountain Energy Plan. And the Mountain Energy Plan, again, we're trying to file this by the end of the year. It's a moving target, but the big story of it is about $42 million for earmarked for Summit and Grant counties to incentivize people at up to 100% to everything from weatherization to conversion of your furnace boiler to a heat pump. And I mean, we did extensive surveying and we found that even incentivizing at 80%, it was not going to be enough to pull people off of the system in a meaningful way. So again, this is the challenge that we, you know, providing that safe, reliable energy, that is our main goal. But we are right here with you guys in this clean energy future, you know, and that's the question, right? How do we continue with the growth that we're seeing and aggressively go after our climate action goals without bringing a new pipeline into town? So again, part of our solution to that is going to be a pitch to the PUC for $42 million in PA's non-pipeline alternatives. So again, anything other than bringing a gas pipeline into town. Now this portfolio, again, this is a little bit the moving target, but it should include a 10-year plan for the modular LNG. So that modular LNG is essentially the stopgap that is going to ensure resiliency and reliability on the system while we're working to pull people off of it.
Cool. Questions, gang? On time.
Oh, thanks.
Martin probably has some questions.
I was gonna say. You guys know I'll take you off the coffee. There's John anytime. Really, please.
Come on, the other side of town.
No, I'd like to say that, you know, if you have any quick updates on what took so long, especially. I'm actually grateful that we have this thing. Got a new meter, it doesn't squeak anymore, but it did seem to take, you know, longer than I thought. The insight on this?
We agree. We were not anticipating it taking as long as it did. I know this sounds dumb and cliche, but boulders, like we pulled some big rocks that we were not anticipating pulling out of there. You know, I think that that's something that we can look at on our end, boring versus trenching. It's tough to bore up here. And I think that that's a place that perhaps you know, we can push operations a little bit better. And it's really our contractors to say, hey, let's maybe not try the bore machines in these areas. Maybe let's start with the trenching because we know what we're gonna find under this dirt, right? They don't call it the Rockies for nothing. So yeah, I do think that we can do better in some of those instances, but of just being a little bit more proactive and like, hey, we're not in Pueblo.
Yeah, I would say too, if you could take it up the line. I heard that, I know because we're still doing projects around the county. One thing we noticed too is, and again, this is your contractor, so. You know, some of the boreholes that they originally put in were supposed to be covered. Were not covered in many instances. And very often, they were definitely a danger. People walking. So, maybe a little more oversight from the contractors.
That's great feedback. Thank you, Martin.
Anyone else questions? Cool, thank you, Blair. Any last comments?
Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Again, I live here. You guys, I hope I'll have my cell phone number. It's Elizabeth, my email address. That's the one confusing part. I guess I'm not really trying to let anybody find me. But really, use my cell phone, call me. I'd really take you out to coffee, lunch, whatever it might be. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. With that, we'll take a few minutes just to turn it over. And our next agenda item, number 3, is going to be Summit County Youth and Family Services with an update on the nicotine tax programs.
One of the new ones.
Thanks again, guys.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah. It is.
Oh, yes. Great, everyone's good to go, we're recording, so with that, we're gonna move into agenda item number 3, with that, we have Lindsay Joyce here.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, for having us here tonight. I'm just here to introduce Elizabeth Edgar and Becky. I'm gonna pronounce your last name wrong.
You're fancy, it's Peltier. Otherwise it's Peltier.
From Summit County Youth and Family Services. They're gonna be presenting on nicotine tax program, just some of the stats and successes that they've seen throughout the county. I sit on the Local Just Tobacco Coalition, so meet with these ladies and a group of others from the community every couple of months. So that's kind of why my face is here with this group. And then Tom also, just kind of at the county-wide level at some of the manager meetings, he also has some insight and information too. So if anything comes up too, you want to talk to any staff about specific things, but these ladies are the bread and the butter of the program, and they've got some really great folks to speak as well tonight. So I'm going to pass it over to Elizabeth and Becky.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Again, I'm Elizabeth Edgar. I'm the manager of the Youth and Family Services Department. Youth and Families under the umbrella of Public Health. Amy Wineland would have liked to have been here tonight, but she had another commitment, so I'm going to speak on her behalf. So thanks for letting us come. There was kind of a big group that went out into that, well, before the tax passed in 2019, and youth were involved in those presentations as well. So we will have an opportunity to hear from a couple local youth. But first, just to kind of get our heads in the space, we know that nicotine is still the #1 cause of preventable death in the US, killing about 480,000 people every year. We know that nicotine is highly addictive. It's as addictive as heroin and cocaine, and even more difficult to quit. We know the use of nicotine products in any form by youth is unsafe. Use during childhood and adolescence causes significant health issues, including an increase in the number and severity of respiratory illness, decreased physical fitness, and effects on lung growth and function. But also, we know it causes long-lasting changes to undeveloped brains, which have negative implications for learning, memory, attention, behavior problems, future addiction, and greater potential for lifetime use. Among adults who've ever used daily, 87% tried their first cigarette by the age of 18 and 95% by the age of 21. We also know that the trifecta implementation of strategies that Summit County approved in 2019 are proven policies to decrease use and initiation. My co-presenters will share what has happened since the passing of these policies and how that has impacted our rates of product use. Though nicotine use has declined, multiple factors continue to influence the use and initiation and put our youth at risk, threatening our progress. The tobacco industry continues to reinvent itself in an effort to put new generations on its products, including more diverse flavored products, nicotine pouches, clever packaging, use of social media and video games, including advergaming and in virtual reality platforms where there is unclear and absent regulations. It is for these reasons that we must remain vigilant and have sustained public health monitoring and implementation of evidence-based prevention programming to further reduce product use for generations to come. So I will pass it over to Becky, who has a presentation on the work that's happened in 2019.
Thank you. I'm Becky Peltier. I'm the Health Promotion and Prevention Specialist for Summit County Youth and Family. And my position manages part 1 of the nicotine tax funding and our STEP grant, which is the state tobacco grant. So we are just gonna go through, I can figure out which arrow.
And Becky, while you're getting pulled up, just so we're all clear, we have 20 minutes left. We have a full agenda tonight. However you guys want to manage your time is up to you.
It's okay. I have to go pick up my letter anyway. So yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I'll go quick. I can talk fast. So as Elizabeth talked about, in 2017, 40.6% of Summit High School students reported using vapes in the past 30 days. At that point, we were higher than the region and the state. So as you talked about with this trifecta of policies, that's how we got the price increase, the legal sales age increase, and the TRL, which is the tobacco retail license. That's proven to decrease initiation and use. And so that was all that was passed in 2019. So we had the increase of sales tax on cigarettes to $4 a pack, a 40% increase on all sales tax, plus a 10% increase every year. We're now at 80% tax. Increase the purchase age to 21, that was before the state did, and then the local tobacco retail license required. The really amazing thing about Summit County in general is we are the most covered county in the state with tobacco control policies, and many other communities and regions look to us for passing policies in their own communities, which is really great. This at the time was unincorporated in all 4 jurisdictions. Since Keystone became a town, they also passed a local TRL as well, which is great. I just want to bring attention real quick to the ballot language. I know there's a lot of words on there, so I don't expect you to read it. But really, a lot of the Part 1 funding is going to reducing teen vaping through education, improving the overall health and lessening the public health consequences that stem from the use of tobacco and nicotine products, providing addiction prevention and intervention programs and referral services, local enforcement of laws, rules, and regulations, and then improving the availability of affordable healthcare services. So just some overview of programs that are funded by Part 1, and I believe you all have our little one-pager we created with the 2023 year-end outcomes. So the Summit Tobacco Coalition, as Lindsay was talking about, we have representatives from every municipality that is on that coalition. We have representatives from every organization who receives funding, and then we have local community members and youth that are on that coalition. The coalition is really the deciding committee of where that funding goes. Last year, we created a 5-year strategic plan for the Part 1 funding, so that we've gotten through our first year of that strategic plan. And we also have a little handout, I think, that you guys all have with an overview, because it's a very long plan. So this is just an overview of the different goals and strategies that we are working on right now. Some other programs that are funded through the tax is we have Vape Take Back. Vapes are hazardous waste. You can't throw them in the trash. There's nowhere in the state of Colorado that takes vapes, so we have to contract with an outside company to bring them out of state. We have about 13 different disposal locations right now. We have 3 mass media campaigns. VapingSucks.org is for youth, RealSummit.org is for adults, and I Choose My Future is our opioid and fentanyl campaign. They all feature local youth and local adults sharing their experiences with nicotine and how to live a healthier lifestyle. We do marketing, community outreach, education. We have peer mentoring within the schools. We do a lot of free community trainings like mental health first aid, positive youth development. We provide grants for providers to get licensures and certifications to help with cessation and treatment. And then we do tobacco retailer compliance and education as well. Along with all of those things, that's within Youth and Family Services. Building Hope provides the HYPE event, which is for 12 to 18-year-olds, pro-social free events for youth, and nicotine cessation scholarships, so individuals can get 12 free counseling sessions. The school district, we provide increased nurse and social worker hours, and some of that goes to like the Catch My Breath vaping curriculum in 5th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade, and then Teen Intervene, which is like a motivational interviewing if youth are suspected or caught using substances. And then the Care Clinic, they provide health navigation, nicotine replacement therapy, interpretation providers, and specialists, and all of that. So there's a lot of really wonderful programs that we're doing, and we're really excited about our strategic plan and what's to come. Moving on, we are working through some compliance issues. So we're finding that a lot of retailers are not compliant with the mandated 80% tax on tobacco and nicotine products. Right now, the only thing we can really do is audit. Each municipality can audit their retailers, or we can go and purchase a product from the retailer, which is what I've been doing recently since we've gotten those. Another piece of that, and so this, before I get into flavors, this picture on here is a local Frisco retailer. When I bought one of their products, they charged me 0 nicotine tax. None. So it's just something to be aware of, that we're working on, and we're trying to figure out how do we ensure compliance, because that's also a lot of money that we aren't getting.
And Lindsay's very good at communicating with us when she's buying for those.
Great. So flavored e-cigarettes. So the FDA has only authorized 34 specific flavored e-cigarettes. That's not 34 flavors, that's 34 devices. And most of those flavors are menthol, or tobacco, and there's only a couple mint. So all of those flavors that you see at the Frisco retailer are federally illegal to sell. They're unauthorized by the FDA. So that's another thing that we're finding across the county, is that multiple retailers are selling unauthorized e-cigarettes that are flavored. And over 80% of youth use flavored products, and they start with flavored products. So that's just another thing that we're working on. The only thing we can do right now at a local level is educate the retailer and then report them to the FDA, unless we were to provide other policies. So that's just another thing that we're working on. How do we combat this? How do we reduce the use within youth? Just some quick stats, county health rankings from 2020 or 2019 to 2024, we've gone from 15% to 12% for smoking use in adults, which is great. And then the Healthy Kids Colorado survey is really amazing. Like I said, in 2017, we're at 40.6% of high school students that used vapes in the past 30 days. Red is the high school, the teal is the middle school, then you have the region and that light blue, the state, and the dark blue. In 2023, we're down to 7.5%. So since these policies and all of these programs have been in place, we've been cutting that down significantly every 2 years since 2017, which is really cool that we're doing this work and it's working. So we're down to 7.5% at the high school, but it is still an issue. It's still a need. We have elementary school. We have young kids. My kids are growing up in this community, and we still need to make sure that there's education around that. This was just interesting. So this is that think people who use vapes every day have a moderate or great risk of harm. In 2017, it was about 47.5%. We're now up to 87.3%. So that just goes toward all the education that we're doing. We were lower than the region in the state, now we're higher than the region in the state. So that's just another great stat to see and be proud of. When we come back to compliance, this was really interesting as well. So this is all the 2023 Healthy Kids Colorado survey data. They do it every 2 years. They'll do it again in the fall of 25. The percentage of students who feel it would be sort of easy or very easy to get vapes if they wanted is almost 50% at the high school. And the other staggering piece is among those underage students who tried to buy tobacco or vaping products in a store, the percentage who are not refused because of age is 81%. So they're buying it straight from the retailers. We just did underage purchase checks around the county last week, and she's 16 years old, she has a permit, and they sold a vape to her at one retailer. So they are accessing it pretty easily, and that's where compliance really comes in and is very important for youth. Do we have any questions about all of that?
Do you guys just have an event at the high school, or is that coming?
That's next week, yes, spread the word. Our parents and community event, and trying to get youth to quit for 24 hours, 24 days, 24 weeks, 24/7.
You want to get one question on the back to that image that we have?
Yeah.
So are we finding, or are you finding, that non-compliance is an issue, especially when it's covered? Is it an issue with your distributor not being open for them and ignorance on their part? We feel this can just be a gut feeling. We feel that it's a happy ignorance on their own part.
I'm not sure. I would assume that these distributors are aware of the law because it is a federal law. It is national. It's not just Colorado or not just Summit County. So the tobacco industry doesn't care. They don't care about that. So I think that they're willing to do it. I think local retailers might not know, but that's the thing, to be honest, I didn't even know about this until like a month ago, a couple weeks ago, so that might be more localized, but the distributors for sure, I can't assume that they
Yeah,
would.
it's really interesting that we'll have a federal import license. Colorado State. It's for wine, alcohol, spirits. And I can tell you, federal level or the state level, if I was to buy like one time, the license goes away. So it's interesting to me that there's such a prolific trade in this, when these distributors on the federal level.
I think so. Any other questions?
Well, if that interesting, it brings up the point too, if there's these unauthorized products, what is our responsibility as a business license regulator perhaps? But also, do we then, what's the ethics of collecting tax on something that's not legal to sell? I mean, how do we-
Well, they're not collecting any tax, we don't.
Right, well, you know, in that case, but somebody probably is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Any other questions?
I think that's worth discussing.
We do have a couple youth that are just gonna share their stories. I'm gonna run and pick up my daughter and be back. But they're gonna chat with you for a little bit.
Hello. My name is James Rivera. I'm a senior at the local high school. I'm on the football team. I'm a youth leader at YES, which is one of the, I think, part to by nicotine tax. I'm here to talk about nicotine use, obviously. I'm here to specifically talk about addiction in schools. Ever since I was a freshman, its use has been constant in school. I mean, just today, I walk in a bathroom, there's 4 guys standing around 2 urinals with a strangely blue colored AirPod in their hands. And it's no question what they were doing. You walk into any of the bathrooms on campus and you're just hit with like a smell like bubble gum, cotton candy. And although it is better than how a bathroom usually smells, it still isn't very good. You'll look around a classroom and you'll see these kids with just beet red eyes, just staring off into space, not paying attention to the teacher. And if you're partnered with them for a group project, you might as well be talking to a mannequin. A teacher will be lecturing in front of the class, and they'll interrupt not only their learning, but everybody else's learning as they go to the restroom. And it's the same kids, every class, every period, who leave for like 30 minutes and then come back high. The problem isn't even just limited to when they're actively high. What nicotine does is it overuses the dopamine or the happiness receptors in the brain. And if you do that too much, as many of these students do, they can become muted. So when you're not high, everything just feels worse. And you know, this causes symptoms similar to ADHD, where they have worse impulse control, they have difficulty concentrating, increased anxiety, difficulty remembering both when they were high and when they weren't. I'm sure I don't need to I'm sure I don't need to tell you why those are specifically problems in schools. The nicotine tax is one of, if not the outright largest factor for decreasing nicotine use in schools. The nicotine tax goes towards several different prevention and mitigation programs. I've given talks at the local elementary schools and the middle school funded by the Catch My Breath program, which is funded by the nicotine tax. These programs take advantage of something that we've known about, like addiction, since we first started studying it back in the 70s. Its greatest weakness is community. If a student is given a choice between a substance or hanging out with their friends, between like getting hit or like doing something fun, they'll choose the friends and fun every time. We just need to give them that choice before addiction prevents them from making the better decision. I know the new popularity of nicotine pouches is concerning, but the many forms that nicotine has can all be treated by treating its largest cause of addiction, isolation. By both taxing nicotine and funding nicotine prevention programs, we disincentivize both current users and, more importantly, future users from using. I've been lucky enough to have been able to speak before the other 4 town councils, But I'm particularly excited to talk about this in front of you guys because the majority of all users first start vaping in middle school. And if we can prevent it now, it'll give them a better opportunity to prevent it when they're older. Thank you guys for your continued support of the nicotine tax and all the preventative measures we've put in place through it.
Hi, my name is Ureli. I am a senior at the high school. I have worked with, I'm a youth leader at YES, and I have worked with the Touch My Breast program. And I really want to talk about how nicotine has the ability to destroy relationships. It sounds dramatic, but yes, I've seen it happen twice. It's hard to know what to say to someone, especially when you know they're using such an addictive drug, and it's even harder to see that person lose themselves within that substance. I saw it was a family member. He and I were really close, and I looked up to him. I was confused on why, but suddenly but slowly, he became more agitated, more aggressive, and more frustrating to be around. I wasn't sure why until one day I heard a commotion outside my room. I thought it was just another one of his tantrums, and then I realized that he had been caught using his vape and was being confronted by it by his parents. It made me realize that his behavior had been a side effect of the nicotine, and his addiction made him care more about the vape than he did about his family. We don't really talk anymore. I saw the situation again, but this time with a friend. She and I were really close, and I even saw her as a sister. She told me that she started vaping, but I chose to ignore it because it's her life after all, right? Maybe if I had said something, she would have stopped because I watched as she became more dependent on it. It started making more appearances over our FaceTimes, and she would leave class constantly and our hangouts to go hit the vape in the bathrooms. She struggled in all her classes and often had a hard time focusing on our conversations, and she became easily annoyed with our whole friend group. She was more attached to the vape than she was to her friends. Vaping can have various emotional and mental effects, especially on the youth. One thing that I also heard my friend and my old family members say was that it was better than smoking, but in reality, they became 7 times more likely to start smoking. If I had known this information at the time, I could have been able to discourage them from continuing their use of the vape and kept them safe. I wanted to thank you guys for using the tax funding for prevention because it can help prevent others from losing their family members. Lucy's here too. Anyway, that's all we had. Thank you guys so much. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Thanks for your time, really.
I just wanted to, because this is gonna come up in future funding conversations. Just so I know you guys have heard this before, but it would be irresponsible of me to mention with the success of your program, the funding is going down. So the programs going forward have potentially limited funding opportunities because there's less people purchasing them. We need to come up with a plan to figure that out. Just gonna leave it at that. Okay.
We're just really good at our job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was like, it's been a while.
No.
Even this, he's getting this done out for our petition. Fourth item of the evening is just gonna be historic Market Museum updates with Rose and Blair.
I can't wait to hear what's going on in the attic.
Have you been in the attic yet?
You always talk about it in a way that I'm not sure that.
Kind of like Narnia meets the Magic School Bus. Really where we're at. All right, well, Mayor, council members, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Rose. For those of us who might watch us online in the future, I'm the museum manager. I've brought Blair Miller with me today. He's our education and exhibits coordinator at the museum. He's going to talk about some of the really cool things that he's been doing this year. So we're just going to kind of step right into it. A little bit about the museum for those that haven't had a chance to visit us recently. We have 9 historic buildings spread around an acre of property. Overall, we serve, clicky click. There we go. We do a full service museum. So we do everything you can imagine under the sun related to Frisco's history, public history, cultural resources, a little bit of everything. So we're gonna do kind of a broad sweep of our big successes from 2024, some of the things that we've been working on that are gonna come up in 2025. We're gonna leave some time at the end for questions. We don't have any sort of asks of the council tonight. We're just here to provide information. So I'm not asking for money, not asking for time or volunteers, but if you'd like to come play in the attic, you're always more than welcome to. So one of the things that's been a big success for 2024 is our events and programming. We've had one of our biggest years yet. Right now, we take a dual approach to our events. We keep history at its core. So we think about our summer lecture series, which had 900 participants this summer, which is the second biggest year on record. We think about our nights at the museum, our big Frisco History Day. And then we also think about what other things do we want to learn about. We've created feedback cycles through our programs that allow participants to tell us what else they would like to see. And then we make that happen. We've used it to bring in astronomy and birds for 2024. I'm not sure how we landed on birds, but it was really, really popular. And so we just kind of ran with it. We partnered with the Forest Service to do a free bird watching hike. We brought in owls, we brought in hawks, and then we brought in an astronomer to do a solar eclipse party and to do pop-ups in the park. So we really kind of had a parallel dual approach to programming of our frequent, the things that people really, really love, things like our burros on Frisco History Day, things like Mystery at the Museum, and combined it with new programming. One of the newest things we did was become a site for the Worldwide Knit in Public Day. I'm sure you all saw the tree wraps, the yarn bomb that the Summit County Fiber Arts Group created. They are back for 2025. They have committed, so we will be getting a full, beautiful, designed, created, installed by Frisco community members. And this was a really cool partnership, and it's really one of the things that we're proud of is our partnerships. And it's one of the reasons why our programming and our events have been so successful. So these are just some of the partnerships that we've had here in 2024. These partnerships take a few different forms. Sometimes it's an event, sometimes it's cleaning the buildings, sometimes it's volunteering to help us evaluate exhibits. We try to involve as many people as we can on every level as we can. Really, at the end of the day, it's just about making sure everyone knows our name. We want to be the most popular girl at the prom. This is one of the ways that we do it.
Hi, I'm Blair, as Rose mentioned. Thank you all for having us. We'll talk a little bit about our education department, because that's one of the areas of the museum that we really pride ourselves in. That was a really large focus in 2021-22, where we kind of revamped the entire education department, resulting in 7 different educational programs, all aligned with different state educational standards. Now they're covering different topics of cultural history and natural history, each kind of aligned with a certain grade. However, we leave a little bit of wiggle room. That way, if we have return guests like Frisco L, some of their classes will come by 4 or 5 times a year. We want to keep it fresh for them. So we make it that each program can be adapted to different grade state educational standards. Also, it is not just them coming to the museum. Our typical programs will go 1 hour of an activity focused on, some of them are the fur trade, or the birds in the area, or mining, or map making. We focus for about an hour on that program. We have hands-on artifacts that the children can interact with. Then we go into a free explore of the park after that. But other than just happening in our park, like the 2 photos on right and center are, we also are able to take these programs off-site to different locations. That photo on the left is story time at the library, and that is our fur trade program where we brought a bunch of different pelts for the kids to interact with. And we've also traveled outside of Summit County. We actually just got invited back to Vail Mountain Academy today, so we are going out into Eagle County as well, which is really exciting. And we've had 645 participants to date so far. And we like to compare these numbers to 2019, you know, the pre-2020 average numbers that we would see. And with the rate that we're growing, we are already at a 31% increase than our peak year of 2019. And we are on record for this to be the largest year we have ever had for school groups to come by.
Blair's always going to be a little modest, but he's completely revamped this entire education program. It cannot be done without him. The downside to this, though, is every child in Frisco knows who Blair is. So if you are out with your children and one of them goes, Mr. Blair, it's just from the field trips, we promise. So research and oral histories. This has been such a fun year for research and oral histories. We have gotten to do some really amazing conversations with local folks and record their histories. We've gotten to talk to folks who have returned to the area after being gone for many years. And we've gotten to really dig deep into the paperwork of the town. We've gone into the archives, we've looked at the newspapers. Even today, we sat there and found ourselves debating where the spur was, where they redid part of the trade in 1902. And it's been so much fun. Our biggest oral history this year was with Frisco legend John Krummelmeyer. We did that with our summer internship, Ashley O'Hara. She actually came to us with a huge amount of oral history knowledge. And that was so important to us to have our oral histories be top notch, to have the standards, to be able to ensure that they're relevant and they're useful and they meet industry standards. Because really oral histories are the best way for us to connect to each other. It's telling your story, and it's telling the things that make your story unique and the things that make you a person and your own personal things. But it's also talking about our shared experiences and what it looked like in Frisco to have a family here. What did it look like to live on Galena Street for so many years and be a teacher and be a ski coach and with John Krummelmeyer it is and this and then that and then some more of that too. It has been a really great ride. We also have had a really big surge in research requests from our community members. So a research or image request can come from internal. So we talked with the water department at the beginning of 2024, talking about the earliest stages of our water system, which was really interesting. We've talked to Public Works. We've talked to the Nordic Center. We've been a resource to community development every once in a while, but we've also seen a lot of families. And that has been one of the coolest pieces that we've been able to work on.
So up here's a few photos of some of the local families that we've had the pleasure of working with on these. And a little bit about the process for these research requests. They come in a lot of different ways. Sometimes people call the museum and they're very direct. My grandmother lived here from 1903 until 1908. What do you have on it? Other times they're visiting the museum and they're like, oh, you know, I think that my family might have been around this area. Do you know anything about them? And this is when it's kind of their chance to look into our archives. We go through, like Rose mentioned, a lot of newspapers, a lot of photographs, a lot of diaries, journals, and pull together as much as we can find on them, pictures included. The three that I'd like to talk about here, one that was a really great one was the Racine family. Those of you who do not know who Henry Racine is, he is credited as the town founder of Frisco, and he also founded 4 other towns between here and the top of Fremont Pass. all during the 1870s. Now, his descendants came into the museum, and the reason that they were looking to find information on him is that her high school age son was telling his history teacher that his father founded Summit County. And the teacher didn't believe him, so they came in to find information to wave in the teacher's face. So we're like, all right, what can we dig up for you on that? And this is a great example of how these relationships are very back and forth with these families. We provided them what we had in the museum archive, and out of their goodwill and their excitement with our preservation of their family's history, they donated to us over 300 items from their attic that were original photographs and documents from the founding of Frisco and these other towns that had previously been unseen before. One of those photos is far left, and that is of Henry Racine when he was younger, still in Sweden. And then on the right is his wife, Kate. Now we got Kate's photo album donated to us, which had about, I want to say 50, 60 photos of the immediate family, and they were a very large mining family. So that was a really great return for us at the museum and a great relationship that we can keep building on with them. The next photo to the right is of the Wortman family. And George Wortman was a miner in the area, excuse me, and he constructed the mill up at Masontown. And he also was postmaster at Climax. His wife to the right of him, Lily Wortman, she ran the boarding house up at Masontown, and she also ran the Frisco Lodge, which is still here in town, for about 3 decades. That is their first child, Isidore, in front of them. And this research request we did for Lily and George's grandson. And he had met Lily and he knew Lily, but he had never met his grandfather. George had passed away before he was born. That photograph, third from, starting from the left, is the first photo that he had ever seen of his grandfather. And that was something that we were able to scan from our museum collections and show to him. The last one on the right, this shows kind of the size that these research requests can grow into. The photo on the right is for the Peter Prestrud. If you've been to our museum, his house is the building with the yellow trim up front. And he is in the Colorado Ski Hall of Fame, credited as being one of the first builders of ski jumps in Colorado. And his descendants came in, and what we ended up putting together for them was a 17-page packet that took about 4 weeks. That was 6.5 pages of narrative, which reads like the chapter in a book about his time in Frisco, and then 10 pages of photos. He was on town council, he was building ski jumps, he was a miner, and he ran a general store that burnt down in 1913, taking the only telephone in Frisco with it. He also was our postmaster, but what I love about that photo is that is at a ski jump at the Excelsior mine, just by the exit or into Frisco of I-70. That is recognized by the Colorado Snow Sports Hall of Fame as the first ski jump built in Colorado, right here in Frisco. That is 1910, 1911 winter. So that was a really fun research request to work on with that one.
You know, that was an impressive jump there, if you look at these size.
Yeah, right, they're down.
Absolutely. You know, they utilized the mine tailings as the landing, so they would launch from above the mine and land on the rock tailings. And that,
We don't see that.
yeah,
We assume he landed.
Kept going.
One of the things that we are able to do is we are able to have a database of resources and potential research requests through our daily visitation. We get people that come in all the time and say, I used to live here back in the 80s. Oh, I used to live here back in the 70s. Oh, I owned this shop or I own that shop. And no matter what we're doing, we're gonna stop, drop, and say, hi, let's talk a little bit more, and also write down your phone number for me, please. And so that when we are going through these research requests later on, if we come across something, we're like, I don't quite get that, we can just ring this person up and say, hey, you know, you said when you were here last summer, we met you, do you remember what this is? And it's really just for us about building those connections and about creating that network and that web of people who know about the museum, but also care about their own history, because you're making them feel like their history is important. Each one of these research requests we did was for families that didn't know. And being able to share a photograph of a family member they've never seen before was really meaningful. And this person, the grandson is in his 90s. And this was something he was able to then go and share with other family members. So it's just about, for us, about filling in the gaps. You know, a written record is only as good as the work that's been done before. And those that worked at the museum, Councilmember Scripps Adrian, I'm looking at you, have worked at the museum before, they know there's a lot of records and there's some gaps that we need to fill in, and that's what we take every opportunity we can to do that work because it is so important. One of the other big pieces we focused on in 2024 was outreach. So for us, that means getting outside of the museum walls, getting outside the museum property, and going and talking about the museum. And that looks sometimes like going and being guest speakers in different organizations. That looks like book signings at the Summit Historical at the Dillon Farmers Market. That looks like, you know, interviewing Denver 7 did a really nice article on the Mayflower Gulch, and Blair was able to interview with Denver 7 about that. And then we also focused on being good participants in our own industry. The public history field is very broad. It has a whole bunch of stuff underneath it. And one of the key parts of retention for our staff and our plan is you want to participate in your field. So I was able to go to the National Council of Public History Conference and present on a panel. Jana, our other full-timer, you probably all know her, she's got blue hair. She went to the Colorado Wyoming Conference to do a poster session for her work on Gen Z programming. And being able to get that museum name out as far and wide as we can, and then also being able to learn from others, because there's some small town museums that are doing great work out there. And the more that we can connect with each other and learn from each other, the better off we all will be.
And one of the longer projects for this outreach and collaboration has been with the United States Forest Service for the establishment of the new Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument. And this is one that they reached out to us as kind of the experts in the local history. And through that, myself and our summer intern, Ashley O'Hara, we went out and had a lot of different days in the field with them. And that was at first going out and showing them where all of the historic structures and sites that we know of are. And then it also worked the other way where they would be calling us up and asking, hey, I just found this mine entrance somewhere out in the mountain. Send me a GPS pinpoint. Us at the museum will start looking through our maps and all that. And that's been going on since the establishment. We started late summer 2023. And it's been quite a large project. For this section we've been helping them is from Mount Royal all the way to Rainbow Lake. If you do not know, Rainbow Lake is man-made. And that whole lake has to be surveyed because it is over 50 years old and a man-made structure. So there was a lot of these larger natural features that had to be surveyed as well as part of this archaeological survey. And those are pretty common for any time a land transfer is taking place, such as establishing a new national monument. And this will be used in future projects. So it'll be used in the Frisco's backyard plant for some of where the trails are going to be. And one thing that we're really excited about is if you go to the White House's website, you read the proclamation of establishment signed by President Biden for this national monument. There's a whole paragraph about Masontown that us at the museum gave them the information for. So it was a really cool credit line to get on that one.
That picture Masontown?
That picture is Masontown. Yep. So the brick foundations that we're looking in front of us. That brick foundation is for a boiler that used to be next to the mill up there. And then research we talked about, we do a lot of exhibits with it. We have over 70 exhibits under the museum umbrella, and that is of the 5,500 square feet of exhibit space at the historic park and in other town locations such as the Day Lodge, the Nordic Center, the Marina. So we kind of are all over with it, and then we categorize them into two different types. We have permanent exhibits, and that's when we know that their shelf life is going to be over 1 year. Then we have temporary exhibits. That's when we know that it's going to be a shorter lifespan. Sometimes it's when we have certain things loaned to us that we won't be able to keep up. But so for the permanent exhibits, we tend to do one building per year, and this year was the Trapper's Cabin. So our exhibits are all done in-house, and that is from the research to the graphic design to the fabrication to the installation. So what we did with that one is we gutted everything out of it, And then this is when there's still some fur on the wall, but we resealed the whole building. So we're sitting there when it's dark out, shining a flashlight to find any hole and smacking it with a little bit of caulk in there. So we had to reseal it, and that will prolong the lifespan of these artifacts that we have. And it'll also ease things on cleaning for us. And that one, we also went through, and with all of them, we keep everything up to date with ADA standards. So every new exhibit text and new audio kiosk is paired with a deaf and hard of hearing printout of the audio kiosk, Spanish translations and large print translations. And for some of our buildings, historic buildings are infamously known for their narrow hallways and tight spaces to get through, which makes it difficult for some people. What we have for that is in front of each door, we have a QR code that you can scan and see photographs of the exhibits on the inside if you aren't able to make it to a certain section of the exhibit. So that's kind of as we're going with the permanent exhibits. We also completed a inventory of the 70 plus exhibits that we have. And in that way, we're creating an internal grading system that we can decide what is our next step of action and for which exhibit. Is it because of the narrative and the story that's told and the verbiage, or is it because of the artifact condition that's on display? To pair with that, we also have certain demographics coming in as community members, and they're completing exhibit evaluations to make sure that we're doing our best as a resource for them. We have the high school history teacher, Joe Casey, will be taking his class the end of this month to evaluate. We've also had the Visitor Information Center come in and the Summit County Library, and we're gonna have a few other good entities around the area that we think will kind of fit in well with our demographics. As far as temporary exhibits go, we always cycle a few of those out. The bottom photo is titled The Garden of Fiber Delights. That's the one that Rose mentioned earlier from Worldwide Knit and Public Day. And then on the top left, we have one on land use and the new national monument. The temporary exhibit that was in that case before was on the folklore of mining in Frisco. And then also we put up, if any of you remember from the 90s, the Pumpkin Bowl. We had a Pumpkin Bowl exhibit that we put up on display in the Visitor Information Center in kind of their temp space when they were in between emptying out and needed to fill some gaps. One fun thing about that temporary exhibit with the Continental Divide National Monument, we have some photos from a Frisco local whose father was in the 10th Mountain Division. And in that exhibit, it's one of those that we don't want it on display all the time, but this is a good chance to show it. It is a photo of him smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer in a bed at Mussolini's villa after they occupied it. So kind of a cool chance to show some of the stuff that isn't for everyday use, but it's a good time to shine a light on it. And then interpretive signs, these are also part of those exhibits we talked about where we fabricate them all in-house. These two photos there for North 10 Mile, we had previously marked the sites of the Excelsior Mine and the Square Deal Mine as somewhere that we would like some interpretation. And then we were approached by somebody who wanted to put up some signs in that area for his wife who had passed away. And we worked with him and he funded the signs completely. And we put those up Memorial Day weekend this summer. And the next interpretive signs that we're going to look at will be the Willow Preserve Nature Trail just behind Taco Bell. Those were originally put up in a partnership with the middle school, and we'd like to stay true to that pairing with the school. This time we are going to pair with the elementary school. And we met with their IB directors, and this will all match up with their IB requirements for the students. We also had received a grant to get the signs in both English and Spanish. And those should be, all goes well, those are opening Memorial Day next year. And at that point, we will have 14 signs total that are off at historic sites throughout the town, along with 8 signs that are seasonal at the Nordic Center.
And if we're not busy enough, here's what comes next.
So the Frisco Historic Park Museum imprint, that's another thing we're really proud of at the museum. We have 2 publications under our imprint. The first came out summer 2022, which is History on Masontown. The second came out summer 2023, which was a hiking guide to the historic sites and mines around the area. In the last 2 years, we've sold about 400 copies of Masontown, and in the last 1 year, we've sold 283 copies of the Mines of Frisco. Next one that will be out next summer is going to be on mountains and the history of their mountaineering around Frisco.
Can you say that word?
I can. It's sesquicentennial.
Nice.
Yeah, it is the word that means the 250th anniversary of the United States and the 150th anniversary of Colorado. History Colorado coined it, I think. So these two big anniversaries are coming up. Yeah. So these two big anniversaries, we are thinking, of course, trying to be strategic, trying to make sure in terms of workload, in terms of resources, there is a huge appetite in Frisco for more history. And so we're looking at opportunities for a new Frisco history book. The last one printed was 1985, so it needs to be updated and reprinted. We also have some potential opportunities around Bill's Ranch history, and some other things that are starting to percolate for 2026, 2029. So there's a lot of opportunities for exhibits. There's a lot of opportunities to be creative. So we are really excited. We're looking forward. But at the end of the day, it's also about what we've done and what's coming next year. So if you have any questions or anything like that, we're happy to answer some questions because we are ending just on time.
I just want to say, nice job.
Yeah.
If I could go back and work at the museum now, it'd be totally different. I'm really proud of you guys for how much you lifted it. Super, I mean, just well done.
Thank you.
I'm pumped. I guess like this is kind of a side thought, and you don't have to know what you think about it just yet. But Rose, you're on the Frisco Arts Council.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if you guys could you guys collaborate or come up with some work with them? And I don't know what that would be. I don't have an example in my brain, but I just feel like you guys are kind of vibing in the same way. I think you guys could really, I don't know what that would look like, but I'm so proud of you. Like all the research opportunities and all that stuff is like meaningful to people. I remember people asking me stuff and whatever you could find, it just, I don't know. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed it.
It was great.
We did a great job.
Yeah.
They did.
Any other questions, comments? Again, thanks you guys, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, a request for a code amendment, new bonus density in the back lot 80.
You like that set up for failure following those meetings? Good speakers. Yeah. But definitely following them.
Katie, you could put your presentation with some.
Well, I was thinking, I gave you the stand-up comedian, thinking I have him take care of her.
Sure. Yeah. With this. Joe, Big Joe, the stand. Oh, wait.
I saw it. Did you see it? It was real funny.
Yeah.
Ready whenever you are. I was gonna present these slides, but I don't have any.
That's fabulous.
We get to look at each other now.
Great. Great, thank you. Well, let's roll in. Katie's gonna talk about this request.
Perfect. So I know you had the staff, the history. I did have one update for you. I will give a quick background, which is that this request came in from Paul Schiff, who contacted the planning department quite a while ago. So when I got back to him, admittedly this morning, to let him know he was on the meeting tonight, his item,
which is completely my fault, and I know he's listening, and so I'm also gonna give an apology to him because my communication to him has constantly been delayed. But he had a really good point for me that because his letter came in on June 13th, and I had referenced that and the links were not included, they may have been in some of what you got, so if any of you need to see the links that he included in his letter, if you struggled, hopefully you were able to get into them. And then also, he wanted to note that I referred to the property being on the market for 3 months, but that was back in June. And so an update is from him. It is now mid-November and the property's been on the market for almost 9 months. In that time, it has seen 3 price reductions, received 0 offers, and is now listed below the loan appraisal price. I think this new information provides a little more context to inform the council that this existing commercial property is underutilized in its current form and could be a candidate for conversion to residential where we have an ongoing housing crisis. And then he's always happy to discuss this with anybody from the town. So just kind of wanted to give that update and recognize that I had referenced a very short timeline of 3 months because I went through letter, but it took me about 5 months to get this before you. And so it has been a lot longer than 3 months on his end right now. So whereas a lot of his letter, and I know you all read it, referenced the commercial use. The real question before the council tonight is regarding the question about could density be allowed on a property? Could a unit be allowed on a property over the density allowed if it was a live work housing restriction, which we use for our housing house? So, and then the history, as you saw in the staff report, is that about 2 years ago, the same question came before the planning commission and the town council in a code amendment. At that time, the planning commission recommended that the town did not pursue it, but did recommend an AMI cap of 160% AMI to give more flexibility in numbers and penciling, but not to allow a complete live work unit to be exempt from density. That's essentially the same questions before you tonight. There is one update, and that is, as you saw, there's a lot of changes to bonus density over time. It was included in attachment. We're not quite sure, I shouldn't say that, but in all honesty, we're not quite sure how we ended up going from 160% AMI for bonus density in 2022 to another code change in 2023, and then now we have the code language for density bonus. It's not 160% AMI as the town had made it in 2022 when this came up. It is now 140% AMI for ownership and 120% AMI for rental. So somehow the town ended up reducing those numbers, and in full disclosure, I'm not sure if the town really connected when they did that that was a change that they had just made in 2022. That there were so many affordable housing modifications that came in a big clump. I think it was less than 2 years ago, but I really can't provide much of a background on those. So just to recognize that even what the Planning Commission and Council supported back then was not what is in the code today. It is a lower AMI that the town felt was more necessary. So what I'm hoping to hear from the council tonight is if they want staff to initiate a code amendment there's a couple options that we put in the staff report, and so I'm just gonna read them and explain them briefly. One of them would be to allow a development that uses the Housing Helps Funding Assistance Program to be exempt from density. So what this would mean would be if the town used money specifically to a property owner to put on the Housing Help, that could be exempt from density. That was an initial thought that staff had as we were talking about. We had good conversations with the planning commission chair and our attorney who said, well, why would that? Then you need to come up with a good justification about why the private people who are putting in, developers who are putting in their own money, why wouldn't they get the same? And so staff is not recommending option 1, but we wanted to throw it out there for the council to consider. Option 2, would be follow the process for a town council initiated code amendment to allow a development that uses Housing Helps live work deed restriction to be exempt from density, and that would be any public or private funded project. So it wouldn't have to be somebody who only received town Housing Helps money.
Is that also deed restriction like
Correct, when we say, yeah, good, excellent question. Live work, deed restriction light, all of these, both of those options would mean you have a covenant that means you're employed at least 30 hours within Summit County. Or you have, but there is no income cap. So,
Just a quick question, when you say exempt from density, you mean able to use the density bonus provisions of the code?
yes, thank you, thanks. So yes, this would be, you'd have to still follow bonus density, which has to be approved by the planning commission when an application comes before them. Thank you. And then option 3 would be make no changes to the town code on this matter at this time. I also wanted to note, even if the council chose to go to number 3, we may bring this up again because we're going to have a big bulk of code amendments. Housing strategic action plan that got approved a couple of weeks ago, and one of our first thing is to start coming to council with ideas that could help bring more housing for the local workforce too. And some of that will be through code amendments. And so this could be a topic that we can approach later in a group of kind of a comprehensive list. But out of respect for Mr. Schiff, we definitely feel like he has been waiting a while, would like to know if the town is going to at least initiate a code amendment at this time. So happy to answer questions that you may have.
So these are two different situations now, his changing his commercial resident and what this is.
Correct, and what we're really looking
You're trying to
at,
put them together, but
yes,
it's two different things.
and so in his case, he's requesting this code amendment to, because the property that his unit is in is built to maximum density. So he cannot convert it to residential unit unless it was a deed restricted income unit at this time per code. The numbers don't financially pencil out. He, at least ideally, this would be the option that would be the better for him to utilize. So that's why he's proposing, saying this commercial use would be better, commercial unit would be better utilized as a residential unit. But I can easily do that for you if you can give me a live work restriction and go over density instead of a restriction. Go over density.
So then this property would not be commercial at all?
Correct, this unit would not be commercial, this unit, correct.
Where's that one located, next to yoga or something
That
in
is
there? It was an oxygen place or something? Please.
I don't have
I
the
don't
size,
know.
and I admit, I told him that, since it was a work session, we went into it for weeks, so.
900, so.
Yeah.
I looked it up. Good. Way to go.
Can we break these questions down, Katie?
Yeah.
It's, do we want to look at it, as we discussed earlier, right? A lot of swirliness around where our density bonus restriction is currently. And it is, so to recap, if we take care of the, if we folks take advantage of the density bonus, the bonus units have a deed restriction, and that's now back down to 100, or is it 120 and 140 based on owner enrollment?
Correct, 120 and 140, yeah.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page. So the question I'm hearing is, do we want to we don't really, the question, or is there a question as to whether or not we want this unit remodel, for lack of a better way to say it, into residential or commercial? That seems to be a question, but the question that gets us to that answer is, do we want to change the density bonus deed restriction?
Correct, because the town staff would not approve, well done, I should have had you present. Yes, the town staff would not approve a building permit to convert to residential at this point in time because it doesn't. And so we would need to see that it had, there was a, and this wouldn't even happen until there was an actual code change. If there was a code change, then he could apply to convert it, knowing that he could go over density.
And how many units would it be total? Just I'm curious now.
In this letter related to this owner, 1 unit.
Okay.
Yes, I will say there's another owner in town who is also watching this tonight because their unit the town actually put a housing helps covenant on a unit, so we paid them for a 4-bedroom unit on Main Street. They now are coming in to rebuild and develop more on that property, but it's over density. And so when staff alerted them that that would have to be an income capped unit, they would obviously rather have a lived work than an income capped. So this request is from Mr. Schiff. There is at least one other property I'm aware of who is watching this to see if this and town council initiated this amendment and it went into effect in a few months, we would see it from at least one other person who would take advantage of not dropping that live work down to an AMI income capped unit.
At least one, right?
At least
Most folks at this table, I'm sure, are aware of at least one or two others that they're aware of that are looking at this density bonus discussion.
I'm knowing somebody that was trying
Maybe
to,
I
vote and
do.
was told they
I bet
couldn't.
you do.
Oh, I do.
So the point is, do we want to change the code right now? And the result of that would be that people would have an opportunity to either increase the density on their property as they remodel it and or convert a commercial space into a residential space because of the change. I guess it pencils out if it's a deed restriction light as opposed to the current, if it were ownership, 140.
Yes, and then I'll also add the other example you will see it in the future would be any development that's proposing bonus density. So for example, in this one, we have not, current staff has not talked to these owners about this. Last week, Planning Commission had a bonus density request and sketch plan for another property on Main Street. They have no problem with the income cap. That's the requirement in the code and what they're doing. I would expect that if any new development came up and this was in the code, it would probably all go to live work if we wouldn't see income capped anymore.
And by keeping the income cap, it gives us a mix of incomes throughout our deed restriction program. Right, that's the overarching umbrella.
I mean, what happens if we end up with too many live work? I don't know, like what could go wrong, I guess is what I'm wondering.
And almost along that line is first. Is that a PUD, the whole Bears Den? Is it separate? Okay, so it's just, okay.
Yep.
And so there is 20% requirement for commercial property.
No, because it's central core zone,
Okay,
so we don't have that requirement.
oh,
And you think that most central core doesn't allow residential on the ground floor, but when it's past the alley, it does. So everything by zoning is allowed except the density, it doesn't. That's a good question.
okay. But wait, in the core, is there a commercial percentage that we're supposed to be?
There is not.
Oh,
We just prohibit residential on the ground floor, basically if it's already faces Main Street adjacent to.
The other thing is, are there already any housing units in the Bears Den?
No, that I can look that up.
There's like, I think 2.
I can look that one up.
There's deed restricted
I think that there's,
Yeah,
thank you, James.
there's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Understand any of it.
And that would have been built, I believe, with bonus density,
Yes.
looking at James like he was here then. James had his 1-year anniversary with the town last week. Quite dating back to the Bears Den construction though.
I got a question too, Jen. On, the Fifth Avenue building with the unit that was trying to change theirs commercial to residential. What was that? Tell me,
I need to remember it.
it's the Palladia Studio up there. It's the Holzer family, trying to sell their unit as a residential.
That one might have been density also.
And
I'd have to look at my emails to remember. I do remember it coming up.
it never came up in front of the council.
No, it was a
It
staff, they asked staff and then staff let
So
him know.
here we are
what it was.
trying to do one now,
But we're
commercial residential, and we're trying to tell this guy, yeah, and we told somebody else they couldn't do.
correct, and that's what happened here. Staff told him no.
Yeah.
And then he took the initiative to write the letter to council and to continue to try to make sure you're aware of this and to request you. Because he has done, not this request before, but he has utilized bonus density in other jurisdictions. So he is very smart. He knows what he's doing. He's great to work with. And he had the initiative, unlike other people who have been told no, to write the letter to the council. I did want to reflect on your comment, what would happen? There would be, those units would be more expensive. Because they're not capped on the value you can sell them at. So if for a live work unit, that would be one result, whether positive or negative, the council can have their own opinion, but that would be one result if it was a live work, is you'd see more expensive units that way. And then another way, that you would see would be people who were capped at under 80%. Let's say you had a teacher who made under 80. They could express frustration that they had to now compete with everybody for a unit, whereas if it was at 80 or 100% or 120%, there's less people entering the competition for that unit. If it's a live work, you've got everybody can apply, and the price is probably gonna be too expensive for the low income.
I just worry that it's gonna slip through the cracks, like, sure, a live work can go on that, but eventually, who knows if it stays a live work? And it could just become.
Well, you still check.
You have to cover them. Yeah, so when it goes
Like, who
against
checks it?
the
I mean,
title companies.
Every year they have to.
At least that affidavit, you sign every year.
Yeah, you might sign an affidavit, but
It runs with the property though, I mean, it's.
An affidavit, you can enforce it.
If you do a title search on a property as it's transacted, it's gonna come up at that point.
I get it, but I feel like that's only gonna show up when you go to sell it or change hands. Like, there's no real way to know who's actually living there is what I'm.
There's annual reporting, I mean, the SCHA does that for us, that's their main function that we fund them for.
They're doing with all the deed restrictions.
That is correct.
The timing is interesting in that we just got our housing plan. So we're gonna be reviewing, staff will be reviewing, a bunch of our codes. We just worked really. We made a point to include commercial in 2 of our pipeline projects. It doesn't feel like it's time to convert commercial to residential. At least from my perspective.
I feel the same way.
So just to share that with the group, right? It's kind of where I land. I think we can look at it a little closer. I mean, through this, I don't think I'm wrong when I say you brought forward changes from 2017 to date, and it was astounding. So there's probably room to clean this up, and I don't know that right now is the time, but what's the group think?
Are you thinking maybe to look at it like maybe in a different context without just overall looking at how, yeah,
I believe staff will with the new housing plan, yes.
I think that'd be a great idea.
I'm in agreement. It's whatever you got, just throwing ideas.
I say not right now.
Not right now, not right now, not.
Doesn't even matter.
You matter.
You matter,
Andy, you know, right now, the precedent, is, or I feel like we are missing some information, with, you know, the work we still have to do yet with deed restrictions, which is coming. I think it's important that we end up with some deed restriction light units within town, because that is the stepping stone to get out of, you know, your capped unit.
Totally agree.
To start, you know, to have some mobility. So I feel like we need a little more information before we actually set precedent about this. I also feel like when we're setting precedent, this council has gone into executive session to discuss these things further as the precedent. So I'm not against the idea And I know this particular spot as far as how it's activated or not, and obviously we have puts rest in front of it, which might end up changing drastically in the somewhat future. Thank you. So I guess that's it.
You good, Katie?
That was great, and I do think based on what you said and everyone said, I mean, we won't, in recognition of the request and working with Paul, I know the answer, it sounds like, well, we're not initiating a code amendment at this time to summarize, but we will consider analyzing this topic more as we bring forward probably a long list, and we may break it down, such as ADUs in one discussion and other things in another, but we won't let it fall off the radar, but we're not gonna pursue it at this. Great, thank you.
That was our 5th item, so we are gonna be adjourned until 7. Or taking a break till 7. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Moving to
Test, okay.
You're good. You're good. Cool.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for November 12th, 2024. Let's have a roll. Here. Here.
Held.
Here.
Palenko is absent. Gibby?
Here.
Scripcheck Adrian?
Thank you for that. With that, we have no noted proclamations or presentations tonight, so we'll move on to public comments. People making public comments must state their name and physical address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if or council or staff response is deemed necessary, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting and include contact information. With that, public comments. Public comments in chambers, come on up.
Hey, good evening. My name is Alex Beach. I live at 408 2nd Ave for 5.5 more months until my place is sold. You guys have seen me here before. I first wanted to address a comment that Councilman Aronson made at the last meeting. I'm sad to see that he is absent again for a second meeting in a row. I believe he was the only person that voted against the new comprehensive housing plan that the town was putting forward. And one of his reasonings was that because we are a landlocked city, our population would not be growing in accordance with the rest of the county. And so for that reason, he decided that we did not need to build more housing available in this town. Well, I agree with Councilman Aronson that our population is not growing. I think the reason for that is because most people are getting priced out of this town or are losing their housing to development. Places are getting scraped left and right all over the south end of town. So that's why we're losing population in this town. It's partly due to the entitled NIMBY policies that Councilman Aronson and his constituency supports or doesn't support in this town. So I just wanted to address that, and hopefully he watches this video later. Moving on, I wanted to address something that I learned the other week. There were 2 units that the town of Frisco had purchased on Galena Street that were intended to go to lottery, open to the community for affordable workforce housing. I learned that those units were sold directly to the residents that were currently in those units who qualified under the deed restrictions, whatever, which is great for them. However, I think it's very unfair and potentially illegal that we have public funds, very limited public funds for housing in this town, where the rest of us have to enter these deed restricted lotteries with 100 to 400 people in them. And these 2 individuals or 2 couples, whoever bought these units, basically had the town buy their units and then gift them the opportunity to purchase. when the rest of us have to go through the lottery. So I don't think it's fair that we used limited town resources to buy these units and sell them directly to a specific people without opening it up to the public. Let's see. Moving forward, we're almost out of time already. One issue that's come up, and I've spoke with Corey Burr at the Housing Authority about this as well, is potentially the opportunity for like deed restricted unit swaps. So for example, there's been a number of units. There's one right now that's open in the lottery in Frisco that's like a 3 or 4 bedroom unit. I can afford it, so I've applied for the lottery, right? Because options are limited and people in my situation are desperate. If I win this lottery and get that unit, I'm a single man. I don't need a 4-bed house, right? But I'm going to take it because I don't have any other options, right? There should be an opportunity to, I know there's, families in Peak One neighborhood who have a 2-bedroom who desperately need to upgrade for their growing families. Why isn't there an opportunity for, a direct deed restricted housing swap as opposed to, oh, well, you got to re-enter it in the lottery and then there's no way to make that happen. We have a very limited resource in this town and we should be allocating it in the best way possible so we can have the most residents have the most benefit with this limited resource. I'm out of time, so I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
We're skipping the 25th.
I have a comment that
You got it. Any other public comments? Any online? Got it. No other public comments. We'll move on to mayor and council comments.
Thank you. This is not the easiest thing for me, but I wanted to make everybody aware and keep everyone safe. Because of my own personal situation, I would say, I would fall under the vulnerable in some way. I ended up getting scammed the other day. And thanks to Elizabeth and Chief, they ended up saving my butt and saving my ability to, or the saving money, essentially. But it was incredibly in-depth from so-called police using our own police officers' names, connecting with our own police phone numbers, like somehow switching it around and then, looking it up while they're doing it. And it's the same phone numbers. Summit County Sheriff's Office. It was crazy. And so everyone should be aware that, the police are never going to call you and say that you have to do something before you're actually served or whatever in whatever case. So, stay safe out there. And it was a learning situation for me, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, Andy.
Yeah.
Any other public comments?
Great job on Halloween for the staff. That was a good day.
I gotta say, we won first place at the coffee shop with the haunted house that we did.
That was fun.
Were there espresso beans scattered all over?
No,
Oh,
They were painted like eyeballs.
Yeah.
no,
Uh,
it's super fun.
It was an
though.
elaborate.
You guys get a chance next year,
Yeah,
come by, it's pretty cool.
awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I'll make one comment.
Please.
Tomorrow there's a veterans concert at Summit High School. It's just one of those concerts that you might want to attend, patriotic and supporting band students in the choral students
Sounds right.
And veterans.
and veterans.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. With that, anyone else? I'll say thank you to all our veterans, because we just passed Veterans Day this weekend and, Monday being Veterans Day. So thanks everyone for your service. I know I worked with a bunch of folks on that day and it was a good day to rub shoulders with everyone and, allow them to share some stories with me because I always like to learn from their history and experiences. And then the other comment I had is just referencing the, opening, or if you will, a ribbon cutting at Slopeside Hall. Thanks everyone for their attendance and really everyone's hard work for making that happen. It was several years in the making and a large investment on the town, but we know investing in our staff is the best place to put our money. So we're happy to do that. So with that, staff updates.
Nothing in particular, but as a veteran, I do appreciate all the folks that recognize that for me, as well as all of the things that go on in the community to support that.
Thank you, Tom. And with that, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Any discussion on consent? And perhaps a
Mr.
motion.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. Please call the question.
Yes.
Was absent, Kibbe.
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian.
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
and Aaronson is absent.
Great, thank you. Moving on to a new business agenda item number 1, first reading of ordinance 24-19 and ordinance amending chapter 171 of the Colorado ordinances of the town of Frisco, Colorado concerning water by amending article 5 thereof concerning water conservation to standardize restrictions concerning the watering or irrigation of lawns and other areas of land. And with that, we have staff.
Council, I'm Ryan Thompson, Water Superintendent, Town of Frisco, for the record.
Hi, Ryan. Nice to meet you. Yeah. To be fair.
So this amendment is to change a little bit of the verbiage that was entered into the printed ordinance that was incorrect. It's swapping the odds for evens and vice versa, evens for odds. This will align the Unified Watering Code to align with all of the communities within Summit County to make the messaging standard, clear. We're not competing against other communities for the same water restrictions.
Cool. Thanks. Any questions for Ryan?
How does this modify our current regulations?
So originally it used to be the north side of town versus the south side of town, separated by Main Street. And so now we're switching to odds and evens for the last number of your physical address.
Any other questions? We'll open it up to public comment. Comment in chambers. Any online? No public comment. Back to staff for discussion. I've got a couple of just quick comments. One is I hope the consistency in water restrictions can be carried across our deed restrictions, our building codes, and all the other things in Summit County that we should be aligning on through municipalities, including the county. So thank you for setting the example for the rest of us. And 2, fun fact, Main Street separates 2 of our county commissioners' districts. Here nor there, they're all at large, but that's the one. Any other comments?
No.
Maybe a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the first reading of ordinance 24-19, an ordinance amending chapter 171 of the Code of Ordinances for the town of Frisco, Colorado concerning water by amending article 5 thereof concerning water conservation to standardize restrictions concerning the water or irrigation of lawns and other areas of land.
Second. Great. We have a motion and a second to approve agenda item number 1. Please call the question.
Aaronson is absent, Held.
Yes.
Boyko is absent, Kibbe.
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. Great. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 2, which is going to be old business. It's the second reading of ordinance 24-18 and ordinance amending chapter 17 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Frisco concerning the municipal court by repealing section 17-8 concerning summonses and complaints for violations of the town code concerning animals. And with that, we have Thad.
I think it's probably me on next year.
Okay.
As discussed, first reading, this ordinance is really in the nature of, code cleanup. It was identified by the police department as an antiquated code provisions as part of the regular charter mandated review of the code over time, each chapter of the code. As the title notes, this has to do with issuances of summonses and complaints, but only in situations where an animal code violation or citation is being issued to a non-Summit County resident. It sets up a process for handing cash to the officer or having the officer take somebody down. It sounds shady. It sounds shady, but the point is, it's never,
South America
it's never used. Yeah, come with me. So it's never used and is just being proposed for removal from the code.
Got it. Thank you, Thad. Any questions for Thad? Open it up to public comment in chambers, online. Back to council for any comment or further discussion or a motion.
All I know is that when I first started to read this the other day, I was hopeful we were about to change code on. I've always wanted a donkey, and I've always wanted some roosters. I was hoping we were about to change code for that, but it's my only comment. Should that ever come up again?
Just ignore the silver.
So it's the animal code we want to.
Martin, just get one and ask for forgiveness.
There you go.
Mayor, that we approve second reading of ordinance 24-18.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for agenda item number 2. Please call the question.
Jenkins,
Yes.
Aaronson is absent, Held. Yes. Blanco is absent, Kibbe,
Yes.
Check Adrian.
Yes.
And Allen.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. Moving on to old business agenda item number 3, second reading of ordinance 24-13, an ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending sections 180-6.17 concerning refuse management and screening requirements for multifamily residential, mixed use and non-residential developments which had been constructed and or received certificate of occupancies on or before March 22nd of 2022. And with that, we have Katie.
I did want to just give one update you saw in your staff report or in your packet. We did receive a email from Chuck Strain on October 23rd. He requested that the town consider removing recycling facilities would need to be wildlife resistant. And I won't read his whole email. It was in the packet. I know you saw it. At this time, staff doesn't see that it's a bit, we have found that condo associations have said that they've heard that there's wildlife toters available, and or if there was a problem, we'd probably want it to get some type of screening. So at this point, staff is happy to receive direction from town council to modify the language, but we're not proposing any modifications at this time from what you saw at first.
Thanks, Katie. Any questions for Katie or recommendations on the recycling request?
So all those, he's pre the March 22nd, but it said in there that all recyclables need to be wildlife, huh? In there. So
Resistant, in a wildlife resistant tote.
is there like wildlife getting into recycling stuff? Do we have a problem?
And that was his justification, is this really a problem?
Yeah.
I think that what we are slightly afraid of is that you're going to have a lot of people recycling who may not be used to recycling through this, and what is gonna end up in those recycling bins, and will it attract wildlife? Because of them being built before for these regs came into place, they'll be able to keep what they have, and probably if there's a wildlife problem, then they'd want to upgrade it, but they're not gonna be forced to upgrade it at this time.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah, so.
My bins from Timberline are not animal proof, and nothing has ever gotten in my recycling. They've often gotten into my trash.
Yeah. Nothing I see scattered. It's trash.
My recycling is probably cleaner than most, but that's mine. It's just because that's how I operate.
Sure. Now, is that like residential you're not required, we're not required in town to have wildlife proof garbage in residential, huh?
This is only for those commercial
Yeah,
projects,
okay,
correct?
yeah.
In multifamily. Yep, not a single family residential.
Can you answer me, is it
But I think-
single family residential?
Single family does not apply.
Did this, I know that, but
I
do
believe-
we
I
have a
believe our
wildlife
code
for that?
Requires wildlife resistant.
In residential?
In residential, yeah, for single family, for any pickup.
We do have
So
that.
Andy's not in compliance, is that, so I'm just wondering.
You know, that's a fact question.
I
Take some investigation.
If that's the case, like I'm not aware, like I've gotten the slip from HC3 saying that I'm doing recycling perfectly and, nobody says anything about your, cans aren't compliant or anything.
Me also.
What's that?
I do the same thing you do over there.
Yeah.
Haven't got any.
Right, so, I don't know, it's an enforcement issue too, I mean, is that on us to be, tagging every house that doesn't have a wildlife proof container, and or we should be working with the providers to offer that, I mean, I got my cans from Timberline and they are what they are, like.
And the reason why I ask is like Aspen is really strict on that, and I kind of wonder, when I'm walking to elementary school, I see them knocked over and, I don't see any wildlife tops on them, so. Yeah, I was wondering, I don't know.
Put some screw bolt things in mine so they can't.
Nice, does it work?
Yeah.
So what we got out of this is Andy is not compliant.
Yeah, that's what we got. You could show up.
And Martin, I think is too.
Fall under chapter 180 refuse management. I don't know if it falls under a different part of the code that I'm not familiar with, though. Yes, no, excellent questions. I did read 180 really quick.
And I think you have to read this one. This is up to you.
Gonna be poking around your house.
Katie, I've one question for you, and I don't remember, and it's our refuse bins on Main Street. Did they get upgraded to animal resistant? Or are they still just green and blue with round hole? Yeah.
Nah, well, I guess I don't know if it's refuse, but or wildlife proof, but I don't think it is because it's the
It's
normal.
just a
bin
hole,
with this
right?
in
Yeah, I'm
them.
getting my
Yep.
trash cans confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can lift that thing right out of there, or a bear could,
Okay.
Just go to the coffee shop.
They just go to the back of the coffee shop.
So with
that,
that, I would just ask that if we can look at
wildlife proof.
wildlife proofing towns. I mean, we need to set the example for all these businesses and or homeowners that we could, if we have the dollars, if we could move in that direction for our public use, that would be great. With that, does anyone want to make a change or a motion?
We'll let you do that one.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to, agenda item number 3, second reading of ordinance 24-13. A ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinance of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending section 160-6.17 concerning refugee management and screening requirements for multifamily residential mixed use and non-residential development which have been constructed or received certificate of occupancy on or before March 22nd, 2022.
Right. We have a motion and a second, and just as a refresher, after we have the title read first for a motion, if you want, you're welcome to always read it, but you could just say something, agenda item number 3, or the ordinance number itself, if you wanted to paraphrase. But I'm always happy to let everyone read the whole thing as well.
I was wondering, I thought you guys gave me that one because it was a long read.
He did.
Yeah.
Is that only for old business?
It's for all.
It's for all.
Yeah, as long
Okay.
as it gets read once into the record.
Which you do as you're introducing it, so.
Awesome.
Thanks, Dad. Great. Stacy, could you call the question?
Allen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Aronson is absent, Held,
Yes.
Palenko is absent, sorry, Kibbe, scrap check Adrian.
Great, thanks, Stacy. Moving on to our agenda item number 4 is going to be an executive session. And with that, someone make a motion and read the full title of agenda item number 4 into the record.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 (4) CRS concerning the potential vacation and transfer of certain real property consisting of a portion of the town's Sixth Avenue right-of-way and pursuant to section 24-6-402 (4) E CRS to determine positions that may be subject to negotiation and to instruct negotiators concerning the potential terms and conditions of any such transfer of real property.
Great. We have a motion and a second to enter executive session. Is it an all in favor of that or recall it?
This is a roll call vote because it has to be a certain percentage.
Got it. Stacy, please.
Script check, Adrian? Yes. Allen?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes.
Aronson is absent. Held?
Yes.
Blanco is absent. Kibbe?
Yes. Great. With that, we'll take a few minutes to turn the room back.
I found the code revision if anybody cares.
Yeah.
It's sort of wildlife proof light. This is section 127-17 of the code. It's under general offenses. It's titled Receptacles Required Placement and Removal of Garbage Cans and Receptacles. It shall be the duty of every person in charge of real property, private real property, to keep and provide one or more garbage cans to be kept and maintained in accordance with subsection B. B, all garbage cans provided and kept in accordance with requirements of subsection A shall have a lid that prevents access to the contents of the can by birds and small animals.
Got the birds though.
Except during those times when the garbage can is in immediate active use for filling or emptying, the lid of the can should be maintained in a completely closed position. Then it dictates, you can't put it out before the day of pickup. It's got to be back before 10 p.m., that kind of stuff. So it's sort of wildlife
Say
light.
what weight the raccoon has to be?
It does not.
Considered.
Small animals.
Yeah, so we're fine.
Oh, it's.
And that's why.
I apologize.
These.
What the crows can do.
Thank you. Smart as a whip too.
Cleaned up the dumpster.
He was in there.